What if the official history of England's most famous mystery was a lie, meticulously fabricated to secure a king's throne? Join me in the quiet, candlelit archives of Tudor London, where we will assume the role of a humble document clerk. We will embark on a slow, deliberate journey, sifting through ancient parchments and forgotten records. Across 4 immersive episodes, we will uncover a truth so dangerous it has been buried for over 30 years, the story of a massive conspiracy designed to erase the very existence of 2 lost princes. This is a gentle mystery, a story not of violence but of whispers, paper trails, and the powerful, quiet knowledge of a secret. Welcome to The Lost Princes, a gentle mystery. You wake up not to an alarm, but to the cold, damp air seeping through the cracks of your small London house, the chill, a familiar companion in these early spring mornings of 1516. And your eyes open to the faint light of a pre-dawn sky filtering through a single grimy window pane. Outside, you can hear the first distant bells of St. Stephen's Chapel tolling for matins, their solemn chimes echoing across the silent city. Your breath hangs in the air before you in a faint plume of mist. Your body feels heavy, reluctant to leave the meager warmth of your wool blanket, but the routine of the Court of Chancery is an unyielding master. With a sigh, you rise, the floorboards groaning under your bare feet. You pull on your simple wool tunic and hose, the coarse fabric a reminder of your modest station. As a senior clerk, you have a reputation for meticulousness, a quality that pleases the king's master of the rolls, and you cannot risk tarnishing it with tardiness. You wash your face with icy water from a ceramic basin, the shock invigorating your senses. The scent of last night's extinguished tallow candle still lingers in the air, a greasy aroma mingled with the faint smell of old books and dried herbs. You light a fresh candle, its small flame casting dancing shadows on the walls, and sit for a moment to say a quiet prayer, offering thanks for the new day and asking for a clear mind for your work. The world outside is just beginning to stir. You hear the first shouts of a street vendor, the distant clip-clop of a horse on the cobblestones. You feel a quiet sense of purpose, of being a small but vital cog in the great machinery of the English law, and with that thought you extinguish the candle and prepare to leave for Westminster. You step out into the narrow, winding street, the air now a symphony of sound and smell as the city wakes from its slumber. The cobblestones are slick with dew and a thin layer of grime, and your leather boots make a soft, rhythmic padding sound. You pass by other houses with thatched roofs and wattle and daub walls, the faint glow of morning fires visible through their small windows. The smells are complex and layered, the acrid stench of wood smoke from countless chimneys, the sweet aroma of baking bread from a nearby bakery, and the pungent odor of the Thames, ever present and dominant. You follow the familiar path south towards Westminster, joining the growing stream of merchants, apprentices, and labourers making their way to the bustling heart of the city. You pass by the great Guildhall, its towering stone facade, a symbol of London's wealth and power, and you feel a fleeting sense of pride to be a part of this thriving, ever-changing metropolis. As you walk, you keep your mind focused on the work ahead, sorting through the mental list of pending legal briefs and archival requests. The sun begins to creep over the horizon, casting a golden light on the rooftops, and you feel the day's energy building around you, but you remain in your own quiet, contemplative world. You cross the London Bridge, the magnificent stone arches, a testament to human ingenuity, and you pause for a moment to look out at the grey-green expanse of the Thames River, its surface dotted with countless barges and boats. The sheer scale of it all is a humbling thought. You are but one person in a vast city, your work a single drop in the ocean of history. Yet you know that every drop, every single word you write, contributes to the great record of the realm. You continue on, leaving the bridge and its teeming crowds behind, your destination now in sight. You arrive at the great gates of Westminster Palace, the massive, imposing structure, a stark contrast to the small, humble world you have just left. The guards in their Tudor livery recognize you and nod as you pass. The familiar acknowledgement, a small but satisfying marker of your seniority. You make your way through the great hall, the vast space already filled with the murmur of courtiers and petitioners, their voices a low hum under the soaring wooden ceiling. But you are not here for courtly gossip or political maneuvering. Your work takes you to the quiet, dusty heart of the palace, to the archives of the Court of Chancery. You descend a narrow stone staircase, the air growing colder and smelling faintly of mildewed parchment and long dormant dust. Your private study is a small, solitary chamber, nestled deep within the archives, its only light coming from a high window that provides a thin shaft of morning sun. The familiar sight of towering shelves filled with leather-bound ledgers and neatly rolled scrolls brings a sense of comfort and purpose. You sit at your worn wooden desk, the surface smooth from years of use, and light a new candle to supplement the weak daylight. A young apprentice arrives, carrying a sealed bundle of documents, placing it gently on your desk before leaving you to your work. The master of the records has sent a note requesting a review of some of the older treason confessions, seeking precedents for a new royal decree. Your task is to transcribe key passages from these old records. You carefully break the wax seal on the first bundle, your fingers tracing the faint Tudor rose imprinted in the hard red wax, and inside you find the official record of Sir James Tyrrell's 1052 confession, a document detailing the murder of the princes in the Tower. You unroll the stiff parchment and the heavy scent of age. A mixture of dry ink, bone glue, and fine dust rises to meet you. The document, dated 5002, is titled The Confession of Sir James Tyrrell. The script is a precise, formal hand, the letters carefully formed, though the ink has faded to a soft brown with the passage of 14 years. You begin to read, your mind settling into the familiar rhythm of a clerk's work. The document recounts in careful, methodical detail how King Richard III ordered Sir James to kill the princes, and how he, in turn, enlisted 2 accomplices to carry out the deed. The names of the princes, Edward, late King Edward VIII, and Richard, Duke of York, are written with a solemn official gravity. You follow the narrative of the confession, transcribing the key facts onto a fresh sheet of paper with your own well-worn quill. It speaks of the smothering of the boys while they slept, and the hasty burial beneath a stone staircase in the Tower of London. Each detail is presented as fact, a solid and unshakable record of history as it was officially recorded by the Crown. You note the precise locations mentioned, the boys' chamber in the Garden Tower, the specific staircase, and the careful chronology of events. Your focus is absolute. You're only concerned to be a faithful and accurate transcriber, capturing every word, every phrase, every small detail. The only sounds in your quiet chamber are the soft scratching of your quill and the gentle, rhythmic hum of your own breath. The flickering candlelight makes the words on the ancient parchment seem to dance, a shadow play of historical truth. For a while, the familiar cadence of the work lulls you into a state of quiet focus, a mental space where there is only the text and your hand, until a particular phrase appears. You pause. Your quill hovers over the fresh sheet of paper, a single bead of ink suspended on its tip. A name written in the confession has caught your attention, not for its prominence, but for a nagging, subtle familiarity. The confession states that Sir James Tyrrell, on the night the princes were supposedly murdered, relied on a trusted archer to help him carry out the dark deed. The man's name is given as Walter, an archer from the king's retinue. The words are simple, plain, and meant to be a minor detail in a long official narrative, but your mind, a vast repository of names, dates, and locations, flags the name with a quiet alarm. You feel a prickling sensation at the back of your neck, a slow building unease. Where have you seen that name before? You have spent your entire career immersed in the minutiae of the kingdom's official records, and your memory is a carefully catalogued library of names, financial records, and legal judgments. The name Walter is common enough, but the specific mention of an archer named Walter feels distinct. You try to recall the context, but the memory is elusive, buried under layers of other documents and ledgers. Your breathing becomes shallow, your focus shifting from the words you are transcribing to the unsettling feeling that a small, insignificant piece of this grand historical account is wrong, fundamentally wrong. It goes against everything you have been trained to do, to ignore a discrepancy simply because it is a minor one. You cannot continue the transcription until you satisfy this intellectual curiosity, this quiet, insistent feeling that a truth is being hidden in plain sight. You extinguish your candle and leave the half-finished work on your desk. The master of the records can wait. You must find the answer to this disquieting feeling. You rise from your desk and make your way deeper into the archive, the stone floors cold and unyielding beneath your boots. The air grows even colder here, laden with the scent of paper and a profound sense of stillness. The shelves, stretching from floor to ceiling, contain the collective memory of the kingdom. You walk with a purpose you did not have a moment ago, a quiet but firm resolve. You recall a specific ledger you transcribed years ago, a comprehensive list of royal servants and their dates of service and, most importantly, the date of their deaths. You move through the endless stacks, your fingers running over the leather spines of countless books, searching for the one that holds the key to this mystery. Finally, you find it, a heavy, vellum-bound ledger containing the records of the royal household from the reign of Richard III. The book groans as you pull it from its resting place, dust motes dancing in the faint light. You carry it back to your desk and open it to the section on archers. You scan the names, your heart beginning a slow, deliberate thrum against your ribs. Your eyes finally land on the name you were searching for, Walter Archer. You hold your breath, your eyes fixed on the final column. There, in a precise, neat hand, is the entry. Died of a wasting sickness, March 1498. A profound silence descends upon you. The man who, according to the confession of Sir James Tyrrell, was a key witness to the murder of the princes in 1502, had been dead for 4 years before the confession was even given. A cold dread, far more chilling than the dungeon air, seizes you. The confession you hold in your hands, the solid official account of one of England's most enduring mysteries, is a lie. It is a fabricated document, a piece of political theatre created after the fact to provide a neat and tidy solution to an inconvenient question. And with that realization, your quiet world of documents and ledgers is forever changed. A profound silence descends upon your small chamber, broken only by the crackle of the tallow candle and the distant sounds of the palace. The world outside, with its merchants, courtiers, and clamour, seems to fade away entirely. You sit motionless, the weight of the open ledger and the confession on your desk pressing down on you. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. The man you just confirmed to be a witness, a key piece of the official story, has been in his grave for 4 years before he supposedly gave his testimony. Your mind, trained for decades in the cold, hard logic of documents and dates, struggles to reconcile this impossibility. It is not a clerical error. The dates are too precise, the records too clear. It is a lie, a carefully constructed falsehood meant to deceive. You feel a strange physical coldness spreading from your fingers to your limbs, a chill that has nothing to do with the temperature of the stone room. The document, once a simple historical artifact, now feels sinister, a ghost of a conspiracy. You think of King Henry VIII, currently on the throne, his reign built upon the secure foundation of his father's victory at Bosworth and the subsequent clearing of any Yorkist rivals. The official story of the prince's demise was a pillar of the Tudor dynasty's legitimacy, a dark but necessary footnote to their rise to power. But if this document, this confession, is a fabrication, what other parts of the official history are equally untrue? Your initial unease morphs into a dangerous intellectual curiosity. You cannot ignore this. You feel a pull to prove the depths of this deception, to understand how far it goes. With deliberate, shaky hands, you close the old ledger and pick up the confession of Sir James Tyrrell once more, this time not to transcribe it, but to dissect it. You will not stop until you have exhausted every single name, every date, and every supposed fact it contains. The rest of the afternoon is spent in a quiet, obsessive search. You work with a focused intensity, your senses attuned only to the rustling of parchment and the scuffing of your own boots as you move between your desk and the towering shelves. The sun has long since passed its zenith, and the thin light from your window is beginning to fade, but you do not notice. The only reality for you is the systematic hunt for truth, buried beneath layers of Tudor lies. You reread the confession, this time looking for any name, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, that could be verified against the official records. You find another name, a minor gentleman at arms who, according to the document, provided a horse for Tyrrell's swift departure from the tower after the deed was done. The confession is so richly detailed, so full of small, believable facts, that it is designed to appear authentic. You pull a large financial ledger, an accounting of all the king's men from the 1490s, the paper thick and heavy in your hands. You find the name of the gentleman-at-arms in the records, but a small, neat crossmark beside his entry indicates a death from fever in 1496. Another impossible witness. The cold feeling you experienced earlier now returns, sharper and more insistent. It is a slow, creeping dread that takes root deep in your bones. You are no longer merely finding a clerical error. You are peeling back the layers of a massive historical cover-up, a conspiracy so vast that it has gone unchallenged for more than 30 years. You are in a sacred place of documents and law, yet you are unearthing a crime more profound than any individual act of treason, a crime against history itself. With a determined sense of purpose, you continue to search, methodically, relentlessly, for any other threads of truth that might unravel this great and terrible falsehood. The last of the daylight gives way to evening, and you finally light a fresh candle, its golden light creating a small, safe circle in the deepening gloom of your chamber. You have finished your initial cross-referencing, and the results are chillingly consistent. 3 of the primary witnesses, named in Sir James Tyrrell's 1502 confession, were already dead, one for over a decade, when their testimony was supposedly recorded. Each discovery feels like a blow against a foundation you have always believed to be solid and unmovable. The official history you have spent your life serving now feels less like truth and more like a carefully crafted fiction. You sit back in your chair, your eyes tracing the lines of the forged confession. The work is brilliant in its deceit. The small, believable details are all a part of a deliberate pattern to create the illusion of truth. This was not a document created in haste. It was meticulously and painstakingly fabricated by someone with a deep understanding of legal and administrative records. It was not intended to be a court record, but rather a final, definitive answer to a politically inconvenient question, a document to be sealed and filed away, a permanent marker of a closed case. But why? Why was the official confession needed so many years after the princes had supposedly vanished? The answer begins to form in your mind, a terrifying whisper. The confession was created because the disappearance of the princes and the subsequent rise of pretenders like Lambert Simnel continued to be a problem for Henry VII. The Tudor claim to the throne was not secure until the last embers of the Yorkist line were extinguished. You have stumbled upon the very mechanism of this historical sleight of hand, a document that proves that the official story was not a fact, but a decision. And now you hold a piece of evidence that could threaten the very legitimacy of King Henry VIII and the entire Tudor dynasty. Your quiet, peaceful life as a clerk is over. You have discovered a dangerous truth. Your quiet, methodical world of documents has been irrevocably shattered by a single, terrifying fact. The very foundation of the official history of the prince's disappearance is a lie. The man who supposedly confessed to their murder in 1502 was reliant upon witnesses who had long since been buried. You look back at the carefully formed script on the vellum, now seeing the words not as truth, but as a deceitful puzzle. The confession mentions Miles Forrest and John Dighton, two men Sir James Tyrrell allegedly hired to carry out the deed. A fleeting memory, a dusty name in a ledger you reviewed years ago, prompts you to rise from your desk. You walk with a new urgency, a profound sense of purpose replacing your earlier, leisurely pace. You pull a large folio from a high shelf, an old roster of the king's men from the reign of Richard III. Your fingers, usually so steady, tremble slightly as you turn the brittle pages, searching for the name of Miles Forrest. There it is, in a neat, spidery hand. Miles Forrest, gentleman. You scan the adjacent columns, your breath catching in your throat as you see the date of his death, recorded with official finality, 1484. He was dead within a year of the prince's disappearance, certainly long before the year this confession was supposedly given. The paper feels cold in your hands, its truth a chilling contrast to the warm, flickering light of your candle. It is a moment of perfect clarity. This is not a mistake. It is a deliberate and heinous deception. This conspiracy, this massive historical lie, was constructed after the fact, using the names of men who could not possibly testify, to provide a neat, tidy ending to a story that, it now seems, had no ending at all. You feel a profound sense of loss, as if a great, solid tower you have always lived within has suddenly been revealed to be nothing but smoke and shadows. The chilling realization settles deep in your bones, a cold that no woolen tunic or roaring fire can ever seem to banish. You are no longer merely a clerk. You are an involuntary participant in a historical crime. The confession is not just an old document, it is a weapon used to bury the truth, and you are holding it in your hands. You feel a growing, almost suffocating dread as you recognize the scope of the deception. It is not just one fabricated witness, it is a pattern of carefully chosen names, each one a dead man who could never speak to contradict the official story. You are surrounded by the quiet, dusty archives of the Crown, the supposed repository of immutable fact, Yet you have just discovered the single greatest lie ever recorded within these walls. Your mind races, making dangerous, frantic connections. Was every document from that period similarly falsified? Were there others who knew? The thought makes your heart pound against your ribs, a slow, frantic drum in the silent chamber. You feel a sudden, overwhelming urge to put the confession back, to pretend you never saw what you saw, to return to the peaceful, ignorant life you led just hours before. But you cannot. Your professional integrity, your commitment to the truth of the record, is a force stronger than your fear. You have a duty, not to a king or a dynasty, but to history itself. You must see this through, no matter the personal cost. You force yourself to breathe slowly, deeply, filling your lungs with the dusty, ancient air of the archives. You close your eyes for a moment, picturing the faces of the young princes, Edward and Richard, two boys now lost to time and a false record. You will not let their story be one of convenient political fabrication. You will find the truth, no matter how deeply it is buried. You spend the rest of the morning in a quiet, obsessive pursuit, the sun's thin light giving way to the warmer glow of a later morning. You do not stop for a morning meal. Hunger is a distant thought now, replaced by an insatiable thirst for truth. You pull other documents from the shelves, a meticulous search for any scrap of information that could corroborate your growing suspicion. You find a record of official payments made to a John Dighton from the reign of Richard III, confirming his existence. But a later, separate ledger from a small parish church in Kent contains a notice of his death and burial in 1490. He too was dead well before his supposed testimony in 1502. The evidence is mounting with a chilling, undeniable force. You feel like a miner digging for a vein of ore, only to find that the entire mountain is made of glass. Each piece of information you unearth shatters the official narrative further, revealing the terrifying emptiness within. You find a small coded notation in the margin of a record from 1502, a detail left by a previous clerk that references an unusual confession. This confirms your suspicion that you are not the first to find this strange discrepancy, but perhaps the first to pursue it. You begin to piece together a new narrative, a shadow history that runs beneath the official one. You realize someone had to have gone through the official records to find the names of dead men who could be used as witnesses. It was a painstaking, methodical process of fabrication, a vast and silent conspiracy of parchment and ink. The official story was not a mistake. It was an act of profound, deliberate deception. You feel a deep and unsettling sense of sadness for the princes, their very deaths, a political convenience, their memory erased and replaced by a carefully constructed fiction. You are now a keeper of a secret, and the weight of that truth feels heavy. The light streaming into your small study now has a golden afternoon quality, but you do not notice the passage of time. Your focus is singular, a tunnel vision of parchment and ink as you begin to search for a new category of evidence, the administrative records of the crown. You pull large, unwieldy financial ledgers from the early years of Henry VII's reign, their leather bindings cracked, and their pages filled with the meticulous accounting of every penny spent. You are looking for any entry that would signal the death of a royal personage. A proper royal funeral for the king's nephews would have been a massive affair, a procession of official mourning, requiring detailed records of expenditures. You would expect to find payments for the carving of a tomb, for the services of priests for memorial masses, for the heavy rolls of black cloth to drape the funeral procession, and for the cost of burial within consecrated ground, most likely in Westminster Abbey. You spend the next hour poring over these records, your eyes scanning each line item, each carefully recorded disbursement. But you find nothing. The records show payments for the care of the king's dogs, for the repair of a roof in the tower, even for a new tunic for a court fool. But there is not a single solitary reference to the burial of the princes, to the construction of a tomb, or to any of the expenses that would have been an unavoidable part of a royal funeral. The silence in the ledgers is more damning than any lie. It is the absence of an event that should have been documented in 100 different places. The official record of the confession is a forgery, created to give a sense of finality to a story that, in the ledgers of the crown, never actually concluded. The boys simply vanished from the official accounts, leaving not a single trace of their death. The scale of this systemic historical omission is beginning to feel like a suffocating presence in the room. Each new document you find, each new detail you uncover, adds another layer to the chilling truth you are unearthing. The cold dread that began with the discovery of one dead witness has now grown into a deep and abiding fear. It is no longer an intellectual puzzle, it is a terrifying reality. You are standing alone in a room of lies that have been preserved as history for more than 30 years. You are surrounded by the dust of a great deception, and the thought makes your hands tremble as you turn the pages. You find another document, a minor legal petition from a family whose land was confiscated by King Richard III. A small note in the margin references the petition's rejection on the grounds that the king's royal nephews are well and in good health. This document is dated 1485, 2 years after the princes were supposedly murdered. The note is in a hand you recognize, a minor court clerk who would have no reason to fabricate such a detail. The pieces are beginning to assemble themselves in a new and horrifying pattern. The princes were not dead in 1485. They were, according to this small forgotten note, still alive. The confession of Sir James Tyrrell, the official story of their deaths, was not a record of fact, but a carefully constructed lie to cover up their continued survival. You feel a sudden, overwhelming urge to weep, a profound sadness for the two boys whose lives became a political problem and whose memory was erased by the very institution sworn to protect them. The silence of the archives feels less peaceful and more menacing now. The walls seem to close in on you, and you feel a suffocating sense of loneliness, knowing that you, a simple clerk, are the only person who holds this dangerous and terrible knowledge. You are now a keeper of a forbidden secret. The sun has now completely set, and the weak light from your candle is all that remains. The world outside, the city of London with its noise and its people, feels impossibly far away. You are marooned here, in this small, quiet chamber, surrounded by the ghosts of a great conspiracy. You sit with the weight of your discoveries, your mind racing to connect the final pieces of this terrifying puzzle. You now understand why the confession was needed in 5002. The presence of pretenders to the throne, like Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck, had haunted Henry VII's reign, constantly reminding the kingdom that the fate of the princes was never definitively known. The confession, with its specific, fabricated details and its dead witnesses, was designed to provide a final official end to the story, to put a seal on the mystery, and to silence all future dissent. It was a document born of political necessity, a lie intended to secure a dynasty. Your day began with a simple clerical task and has ended with a discovery that could unravel the very fabric of the kingdom. The official history taught in every school and preached from every pulpit is not what it seems. The princes did not vanish. They were simply erased from the official record, their true fate replaced by a convenient fiction. You carefully roll up the forged confession and place it back in its leather sheath. You will not destroy it. It is now a testament to the truth. You gather your things, your mind, a whirlwind of fear and intellectual clarity. You have gone from being a simple servant of the crown to a silent, knowing observer of its greatest deception. You leave your quiet chamber and step out into the long, dark corridors of the palace, the secrets you now carry, feeling heavier than all the books in the world. You leave your small, quiet chamber in the archives, the leather-bound documents and the forged confession, still a heavy presence in your mind. The long, stone corridors of Westminster Palace seem colder now, the shadows longer and more menacing as evening descends. You pass by courtiers and minor nobles, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches, their idle chatter and laughter sounding impossibly distant. Their world of silks, political maneuvering, and courtly intrigue feels like a dream compared to the stark, terrifying reality you have just uncovered. You make your way through the great hall, now quieter than it was this morning, its vastness filled with a different kind of emptiness. The light is fading fast, and you must move quickly to make your way back home before the streets become too dark and dangerous. Stepping out into the cool evening air, you pull your cloak tighter around you, the familiar sounds of London at dusk, a strange comfort. The scent of roasted meats and stale ale drifts from the taverns, mingling with the earthy smell of the river. The bells of St. Mary le Bow begin to toll the hour, their sound a deep, resonant hum that vibrates through the very ground. You walk with a new purpose, your head down, avoiding eye contact with the few people still on the streets. You are no longer a simple clerk, a small part of the great tapestry of the Tudor court. You are a keeper of a terrible secret, a solitary figure who now sees the very foundations of the realm as a fragile, carefully constructed lie. The weight of this knowledge is a physical burden, heavier than any ledger you have ever carried. You cross over London Bridge once more, the Thames below a black, glistening ribbon in the twilight. You think of the princes, their very existence erased from the official record, their memory replaced by a political convenience. And you think of the king, the great and powerful Henry VIII, whose father's reign was secured by this very lie. What would happen if he knew you held the key to the truth? The thought sends a cold shiver down your spine, and you quicken your pace, a sense of quiet desperation beginning to build within you as you approach the safety of your home. You are home, but you cannot rest. The familiar comfort of your small, quiet house feels foreign to you now, a thin and fragile shell against the terrifying truth you have just uncovered. You sit by the hearth, the small fire offering little warmth as your mind races with the events of the day. You see the faces of the dead witnesses in your mind's eye, their names, their dates of death, all neatly recorded in the silent, impartial ledgers of the crown. You recall the chilling absence of a single record of a royal funeral, a fact that speaks louder than any official document could. The conspiracy is not a single act of deception, but a systematic campaign of historical erasure, a carefully orchestrated plan to replace the truth with a convenient falsehood. You pour yourself a cup of stale ale, but the drink does nothing to calm the wild, frantic beating of your heart. What do you do now? Your professional duty is to the record, to the truth, to the integrity of the law. But your personal duty is to your own life, to your own safety. To reveal what you have found would be to risk everything, your livelihood, your good name, even your very life. To challenge the official narrative of the Tudor dynasty is to challenge the king himself. You are a simple clerk, a man of parchment and ink, with no power, no allies. The men who created this lie, the men who silenced the princes and buried their story, are still in the shadows, their influence still a presence in the court. You imagine one of Henry's agents at your door, their quiet questions, their cold, impassive faces. The thought is enough to make you feel faint, with a fear so deep it is almost a kind of despair. But an equally powerful emotion begins to rise within you, a fierce and unyielding conviction. The truth is what matters. The truth is what you have always served. To turn away now would be to betray your very soul. You must continue, not for your own sake, but for the sake of the princes, for the sake of history itself. You must find more. You spend a sleepless night, the forged confession, a physical presence in your mind, and you rise with the same chill morning air and the same distant bells, but you are a changed man. Your work today is no longer a simple duty, it is a secret, dangerous obsession. You go to Westminster, not as a loyal clerk, but as a silent conspirator, your mind now a fortress of secrecy. You must be cautious. You can no longer simply ask for any document you please. Your interest in the prince's affair would be noticed, and the master of the records, a man who values order and quiet authority, would surely report it. So you work with a new, subtle cunning. You find a plausible reason to be in the Star Chamber archives, feigning an interest in a minor case from the early years of the last century. A case that would require a review of a wide variety of official documents. It is a perfect ruse. The Star Chamber holds records of all kinds, including those from criminal proceedings and treason trials. You pass through the vast hall and descend into the deep stone vaults of the archives. The smell of dust and old paper is a comfort, a familiar shield behind which you can do your dangerous work. Your new focus is on Sir James Tyrrell's arrest and execution. The confession was said to have been made in 1502, but his execution was carried out with surprising speed. A man of his rank would have been given a public trial, a show of justice for the king's court. But there was no such thing. You find a record of his arrest and a warrant for his immediate execution on a separate charge of treason, unrelated to the princes. This is the truth, buried beneath the official narrative. Tyrrell was killed not for confessing to the murder of the princes, but for a different crime entirely, a crime that would make his swift death less suspicious. The confession was a post-mortem fabrication, a lie told over a dead man's grave. Your research into Sir James Tyrrell's death brings you to an even more chilling realization about the Tudor state. The official account of his execution for the prince's murder is a public-facing lie. As you meticulously review the court records and execution warrants from 1502, you find no mention of a public trial or a formal sentencing for regicide. Instead, you uncover a far more subtle and insidious truth, buried in the records of the Tower of London. You find a series of sealed orders, signed and stamped with the royal seal of Henry VII, that command the master of the Tower to secure and detain Sir James Tyrrell for an unspecified charge of treason and to execute him immediately upon the completion of a secret proceeding. The speed of it all is alarming. A man of his former status, a knight and a loyal servant of the crown, would have been given a public show of justice, a trial in open court to demonstrate the king's authority. But there was no trial. There was no public declaration of guilt for the prince's murder. There was only a swift, silent, and final act of state. The master of the records, a man who values order and quiet authority, would surely have been told to make the necessary entries, and you find them neatly filed away. You realize with a cold and sickening certainty that Tyrrell's confession was not the reason for his death, but was a product of it. He was killed for a different reason entirely, a reason you may never know. The official story of his confession was then released after the fact. A convenient narrative created to give the public a sense of closure to a politically inconvenient mystery. It was a perfect piece of Tudor bureaucracy. Solve two problems with a single act. silence a dangerous man and definitively close the case of the princes in the tower, all while appearing to have secured justice. It is a brilliant and terrifyingly cold-blooded maneuver. The weight of this final, terrible truth settles upon your shoulders, heavier than any load of books. The confession was not a record of a crime. It was a final, definitive story, crafted to end all speculation and cement the Tudor narrative. You sit back in your chair, the silence of the archives wrapping around you like a shroud. You now see the document for what it is, a political necessity, a piece of grand theatre designed not for legal record, but for public consumption. Henry VII, a king whose claim to the throne was tenuous at best, was haunted by the ghosts of his predecessors. He had survived rebellions from men who claimed to be one of the lost princes, men like Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck. The kingdom was still uneasy, and the legitimacy of his reign was a source of constant whispered doubt. He needed to provide a definitive, unassailable answer to what had happened to the boys. A confession, even one built on lies, was the perfect solution. It would satisfy the people and silence his enemies once and for all. It was a final, grand act of political theatre, a definitive declaration that the sons of Edward IV were no longer a threat. The confession, with its specific, fabricated details and its dead witnesses, was designed to provide a final official end to the story, to put a seal on the mystery, and to silence all future dissent. You now understand the profound intelligence and chilling ruthlessness that went into this document's creation. It was a masterful piece of propaganda, a lie so large and so complete that it was accepted as truth. And you, a humble clerk, have just discovered the great silent lie upon which a dynasty was built. The knowledge feels like a heavy weight in your hands, a truth too immense for one man to carry. The afternoon wears on, and your mind is now consumed by the terrifying scope of this deception, a lie so grand it has been taught as history for more than 30 years. The thin, golden light from the high window has faded, and the room is filled with long, shifting shadows cast by the flickering candle flame. The familiar scent of old paper and leather that once brought you comfort now seems to carry the faint, ghostly scent of political intrigue and buried secrets. You no longer see the archives as a peaceful repository of knowledge, but as a silent testament to the Crown's power to bend truth to its will. Every document you touch, every ledger you consult, now feels suspect. You wonder how many other histories have been quietly altered, how many other inconvenient truths have been buried in the vaults of Westminster Palace. The knowledge feels like a terrible burden, and your professional pride, once your greatest comfort, now feels like a dangerous liability. Your meticulous nature, the very quality that led you to this discovery, now makes you a threat. You are a man who looks too closely, who sees the cracks in the grand narrative. You feel a deep and profound sadness for the princes, their very deaths, a political convenience, their memory erased and replaced by a carefully constructed fiction. Your entire professional world has been turned upside down, and you know there can be no turning back. Your conscience will not allow it. You must find more evidence. You must understand the full truth of what happened to the boys. You carefully roll up the forged confession and place it back in its leather sheath. You will not destroy it. It is now a testament to the truth. You gather your things, your mind, a whirlwind of fear and intellectual clarity. You have gone from being a simple servant of the Crown to a silent, knowing observer of its greatest deception. You leave your quiet chamber in the archives, the forged confession and the knowledge of its purpose, a heavy presence in your mind. The long stone corridors of Westminster Palace seem colder now, the shadows longer and more menacing as evening descends. You pass by courtiers and minor nobles, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches, their idle chatter and laughter sounding impossibly distant. Their world of silks, political maneuvering, and courtly intrigue feels like a dream compared to the stark, terrifying reality you have just uncovered. You make your way through the great hall, now quieter than it was this morning, its vastness filled with a different kind of emptiness. The light is fading fast, and you must move quickly to make your way back home before the streets become too dark and dangerous. Stepping out into the cool evening air, you pull your cloak tighter around you, the familiar sounds of London at dusk, a strange comfort. The scent of roasted meats and stale ale drifts from the taverns, mingling with the earthy smell of the river. The bells of St. Mary le Bow begin to toll the hour, their sound a deep resonant hum that vibrates through the very ground. You walk with a new purpose, your head down, avoiding eye contact with the few people still on the streets. You are no longer a simple clerk, a small part of the great tapestry of the Tudor court. You are a keeper of a terrible secret, a solitary figure who now sees the very foundations of the realm as a fragile, carefully constructed lie. The weight of this knowledge is a physical burden, heavier than any ledger you have ever carried. You cross over London Bridge once more, the Thames below a black, glistening ribbon in the twilight. You think of the princes, their very existence erased from the official record, their memory replaced by a political convenience. And you think of the king, the great and powerful Henry VIII, whose father's reign was secured by this very lie. What would happen if he knew you held the key to the truth? The thought sends a cold shiver down your spine, and you quicken your pace, a sense of quiet desperation beginning to build within you as you approach the safety of your home. You are home, but you cannot rest. The familiar comfort of your small, quiet house feels foreign to you now, a thin and fragile shell against the terrifying truth you have just uncovered. You sit by the hearth, the small fire offering little warmth as your mind races with the events of the day. You see the faces of the dead witnesses in your mind's eye, their names, their dates of death, all neatly recorded in the silent, impartial ledgers of the Crown. You recall the chilling absence of a single record of a royal funeral, a fact that speaks louder than any official document could. The conspiracy is not a single act of deception, but a systematic campaign of historical erasure, a carefully orchestrated plan to replace the truth with a convenient falsehood. You pour yourself a cup of stale ale, but the drink does nothing to calm the wild, frantic beating of your heart. What do you do now? Your professional duty is to the record, to the truth, to the integrity of the law. But your personal duty is to your own life, to your own safety. To reveal what you have found would be to risk everything, your livelihood, your good name, even your very life. To challenge the official narrative of the Tudor dynasty is to challenge the king himself. You are a simple clerk, a man of parchment and ink, with no power, no allies. The men who created this lie, the men who silenced the princes and buried their story, are still in the shadows, their influence still a presence in the court. You imagine one of Henry's agents at your door, their quiet questions, their cold, impassive faces. The thought is enough to make you feel faint, with a fear so deep it is almost a kind of despair. But an equally powerful emotion begins to rise within you, a fierce and unyielding conviction. The truth is what matters. The truth is what you have always served. To turn away now would be to betray your very soul. You must continue, not for your own sake, but for the sake of the princes, for the sake of history itself. You must find more. You spend a sleepless night, the forged confession, a physical presence in your mind, and you rise with the same chill morning air and the same distant bells, but you are a changed man. Your work today is no longer a simple duty, it is a secret, dangerous obsession. You go to Westminster, not as a loyal clerk, but as a silent conspirator, your mind now a fortress of secrecy. You must be cautious. You can no longer simply ask for any document you please. Your interest in the prince's affair would be noticed, and the master of the records, a man who values order and quiet authority, would surely report it. So you work with a new, subtle cunning. You find a plausible reason to be in the Star Chamber archives, feigning an interest in a minor case from the early years of the last century. A case that would require a review of a wide variety of official documents. It is a perfect ruse. The Star Chamber holds records of all kinds, including those from criminal proceedings and treason trials. You pass through the vast hall and descend into the deep stone vaults of the archives. The smell of dust and old paper is a comfort, a familiar shield behind which you can do your dangerous work. Your new focus is on Sir James Tyrrell's arrest and execution. The confession was said to have been made in 1502, but his execution was carried out with surprising speed. A man of his rank would have been given a public trial, a show of justice for the king's court. But there was no such thing. You find a record of his arrest and a warrant for his immediate execution on a separate charge of treason, unrelated to the prince's. This is the truth, buried beneath the official narrative. Tyrrell was killed not for confessing to the murder of the princes, but for a different crime entirely, a crime that would make his swift death less suspicious. The confession was a post-mortem fabrication, a lie told over a dead man's grave. The absence of evidence is itself a form of evidence, and you begin to search for the records you know must exist. The Court of Chancery, and indeed all royal offices, are meticulous in their record-keeping, a vast and complex tapestry of every penny spent and every action taken. You pull the financial ledgers and administrative records from the years 1483 and 1484, searching for any mention of the prince's passing. A royal funeral would be a monumental event, a spectacle of state that would require countless expenditures, payments for the funeral shroud, the coffin, the burial plot, the tolling of church bells, the ceremonial procession, and the fees for the mourners and priests. Yet, as you turn the pages, there is nothing. The ledgers are filled with the usual daily disbursements, payments for soldiers' wages, new tapestries for the court, the cost of spices for the royal kitchens, but there is no entry, not a single shilling, allocated for the burial of the two royal princes. The glaring omission feels louder than any trumpet blast. You find records of other, less significant burials from the same period, meticulously documented with every last farthing accounted for. A servant of the court, a minor noble, a distant relative of the king, all have their funerals and their costs dutifully recorded. But for Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, there is nothing. The silence in the record is chilling. It is as if they were not mourned, not buried, not even acknowledged as having died. It is as if the royal administration simply chose to act as though they had vanished into the thin London air. The official story of their death is a lie, a carefully constructed narrative that has no financial or administrative foundation to support it. The lack of a single official document acknowledging their passing speaks volumes. They were never publicly or officially put to rest, which raises a terrifying question. If they were not buried in the tower, as the official narrative claims, where did they go? You return to the official confession of Sir James Tyrrell, the document that has now become the focal point of your investigation. You have already uncovered the inconsistencies in the witness accounts and the chilling circumstances of Tyrrell's execution, but you feel compelled to look closer, to examine every single detail. You hold the parchment in your hands, the stiff, brittle paper, a tangible link to a 30-year-old deception. You run your fingers over the vellum, feeling the slight indentations left by the quill. As you move from the initial paragraphs, where Tyrrell's name and the circumstances of his arrest are recorded, to the main body of the confession, you notice something subtle, something almost imperceptible. The handwriting changes. It is a slight change, a tiny detail that most would never see. A shift in the slant of the letters, a different flourish on the capital I, a variation in the thickness of the ink. The hand that wrote the initial details of the confession is professional and uniform, a standard court scribe's hand. But the hand that details the specific, fabricated circumstances of the prince's murder is different. It is more practiced, more elegant, and the script flows with an almost artistic confidence. It is the work of a master craftsman, a man who has spent years perfecting his ability to replicate any hand, any style of script, to perfection. A cold knot of certainty forms in the pit of your stomach. This is not the writing of a man confessing to a terrible crime, scribbling under duress. This is the work of a professional, a silent artist of the written word. It is a detail so small, so subtle, that it could only have been discovered by a man with your particular expertise, a man who has spent his life working with the vast and intricate archives of the realm. The change in the handwriting is the final piece of evidence you need, a silent, damning witness to the forgery. You know this hand. You have seen it before in the margins of documents, in the quiet corrections of legal ledgers, in the carefully copied letters of state. It is the hand of Master Edward, a senior clerk who retired from court 10 years ago and was known for his incredible skill in emulating the handwriting of others. He was a man with a reputation for meticulousness, a man who could copy a document so perfectly that even the person who wrote the original would not be able to tell the difference. He was the perfect man for such a task. The realization strikes you with the force of a physical blow. The confession of Sir James Tyrrell, the document that has served as the official and unassailable truth of the prince's fate for decades, was not written by a dying man confessing to his sins. It was written by a master forger, a quiet man who spent his life in the shadows, creating beautiful lies for the state. You now understand the full and terrifying scope of the conspiracy. It was not simply a matter of silencing a few witnesses or creating a single false document. It was a complete and total fabrication, a meticulous and artistic act of historical erasure. You see the years of planning, the careful orchestration, the chilling ruthlessness of it all. The document you hold is not a record of a murder. It is a declaration of power, a testament to the fact that the Tudors could not only win a war and seize a throne, but they could also rewrite history itself to suit their needs. And the truth, the real truth of what happened to the princes, was carefully buried beneath this mountain of lies, lost to all but a handful of people in the court. You are one of those people now, a silent witness to a truth so dangerous it could cost you your life. The document you hold is not a record of a crime, but a meticulously constructed lie, created after the fact to provide a convenient, tidy end to a politically dangerous mystery. You sit at your desk in the quiet of the archives, the flickering candlelight illuminating the forged script, and you feel a profound sense of awe at the audacity of the deception. This was no hurried act of political expediency. It was a masterful work of historical revision. The very dates, the places, the names of the dead witnesses, all were carefully chosen to create an illusion of truth. The official confession of Sir James Tyrrell was designed to be unassailable, a document that could be presented to the world as the final word on the prince's fate. You think of the scholars and clerks who have come before you, who have read this very document and accepted it as fact. They were not fools. They were simply not looking for a lie. They were looking for the truth, and they found a carefully constructed fiction that mirrored it perfectly. The men who created this document knew what they were doing. They knew that people would believe what they wanted to believe, and they provided a narrative that was both plausible and politically necessary. The Tudor dynasty, still young and fragile, could not afford to have a lingering mystery about the fate of two princes who held a more legitimate claim to the throne. The confession, with its specific, fabricated details and its dead witnesses, was the perfect solution. It put a definitive end to the whispers, silenced the pretenders, and cemented the king's claim to the throne. The document in your hands is a monument to that deception, a testament to the fact that history is not just a record of what happened, but a story told by those with the power to write it. The very paper, the ink, the script, they all feel like a cold and silent accusation. You feel a profound sense of moral conflict, torn between your professional duty to maintain the records of the crown and your personal conviction that you must seek the truth. The knowledge is a heavy burden, a dangerous secret that could cost you your life. To reveal what you have found would be to accuse the Tudor dynasty of forgery and murder, an act of treason so profound it would certainly lead to your execution. You are a simple clerk, a man of parchment and ink, with no power, no allies. The men who created this lie, the men who silenced the princes and buried their story, are still in the shadows, their influence still a presence in the court. You imagine one of Henry VIII's agents at your door, their quiet questions, their cold, impassive faces. The thought is enough to make you feel faint with a fear so deep it is almost a kind of despair. But an equally powerful emotion begins to rise within you, a fierce and unyielding conviction. The truth is what matters. The truth is what you have always served. To turn away now would be to betray your very soul. You cannot go back to your quiet life, to the comfort of your small, ordered world. That world is gone, replaced by a terrifying new reality. You have seen the lie at the heart of the Tudor dynasty, and you cannot unsee it. You feel a deep and profound sadness for the princes, their very deaths, a political convenience, their memory erased and replaced by a carefully constructed fiction. Your entire professional world has been turned upside down, and you know there can be no turning back. Your conscience will not allow it. You must find more evidence. You must understand the full truth of what happened to the boys. You carefully roll up the forged confession and place it back in its leather sheath. You are a silent, knowing observer of the crown's greatest deception, and with that knowledge comes a terrible responsibility. You lock the documents away, your mind a whirlwind of sleepless worry, realizing you now hold a secret that could threaten the very legitimacy of King Henry VIII and his entire dynasty. As you leave the archives, you pass through the Great Hall of Westminster, now dark and silent. The torches have been extinguished, and the only light comes from the moon, casting long shadows across the empty space. You think of the millions of people who have believed this lie for the past 30 years, and you know that you are now a keeper of a dangerous truth. You walk home in the dark, the cobblestones cold and slick under your feet, your mind racing. You cannot simply go back to your quiet life and pretend this never happened. The thought is impossible. Your sense of duty, your passion for historical accuracy, will not allow you to rest. You remember a small detail from a merchant's will you reviewed a few months ago, a minor document that you had forgotten about until this moment. It mentioned a legacy left to a small church in London, a legacy that included a golden chain said to have belonged to a young prince. You had dismissed it at the time as a sentimental exaggeration, a proud boast from a common merchant. But now, after what you have seen, the words return to you with a new and terrifying significance. A golden chain said to have belonged to a prince. It is a detail that simply should not exist if the princes died in the tower. The princes were stripped of all their possessions, their very existence erased from the royal records. There should be nothing left of them, nothing at all. Yet here is a reference to a golden chain, a small, insignificant detail that speaks a terrible and undeniable truth. The truth, you realize with a sudden, sharp clarity, is not just in the documents that were destroyed or forged. It is also in the forgotten, physical remnants of a past that someone tried very hard to erase. You know now where you must begin your investigation. A paper trail that will lead you not to a grave, but to a hidden collection of impossible artifacts. Your heart pounds in your chest, and you know there is no turning back. You will find out what really happened to the lost princes, and your journey has only just begun. Now, as the final candle in the archives flickers out, the truth you've uncovered casts a long and dangerous shadow. The official story of the lost princes, once a cornerstone of history, has been revealed as a lie. You stand at a precipice, with a secret so profound it could bring down a dynasty. But this is not the end of the story, it's just the beginning. In the next episode, we will leave behind the archives and follow a new trail of clues, a trail of physical artifacts that should not exist. We will find out what happens when the truth of the past refuses to stay buried. Join me next time for The Artifacts, a Gentle Mystery. Please give us a like and subscribe. See you in the next episode.
What if I told you that a single newspaper headline could destroy your life? What if 4 words, gold discovered in California, could make you abandon everything you've ever known, sell everything you've ever owned, and walk away from everyone you've ever loved? Welcome to our California Gold Rush series, where we'll follow one man's journey from comfortable shopkeeper to desperate fortune hunter. You're about to discover what it really meant to chase the American dream, when dreams were measured in gold dust and nightmares were measured in frozen mountain passes. Today, you're sitting in your warm parlor in 1849, reading the morning paper, completely unaware that your comfortable life is about to end forever. Close your eyes, feel the crackling fire beside you, and prepare to learn why sometimes getting everything you think you want costs everything you actually have. The day everything changed. You're sitting in your parlor on a cold January morning in 1849, reading the newspaper by lamplight. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, and outside snow falls on the familiar streets of your small town. Then you see it, a headline that makes your heart skip. Gold! Mountains of gold discovered in California. The article describes nuggets the size of chicken eggs just lying on the ground, men scooping up fortunes with their bare hands. You read about James Marshall finding gold at Sutter's Mill, and suddenly your comfortable life feels suffocating. Your job at the general store, your modest savings, your predictable future, it all seems impossibly small. You read the article 3 times. Your wife calls from the kitchen asking what's taking so long with the morning paper, but you can't move. Your mind is spinning with possibilities. The newspaper says ordinary men are becoming millionaires overnight. They're pulling gold from streams like fishermen pull fish from a pond. What you don't realize is that this same scene is playing out in parlors across America. Thousands of men are reading these same exaggerated stories, feeling this same electric excitement. The newspapers are selling dreams, and you're buying every word. You fold the paper carefully and walk to the kitchen, but your mind is already 3,000 miles away, imagining the weight of gold dust in your palm. Your wife notices something different in your eyes, but she doesn't know that in this quiet moment over breakfast, your old life has already ended. The mathematics of madness. Within a week, you've done something that would have seemed impossible just days ago. You've calculated exactly how much money you could make in California, and the numbers dance in your head like a fever dream. The newspaper says experienced miners are pulling $50 worth of gold from the streams every single day. $50. In California, you could make more in a single day than you currently earn in 4 months. In 1 year out west, you could return home with enough money to buy the finest house in town. You spread papers across your kitchen table, scribbling figures by candlelight. If you work just 6 months in the goldfields, you'll return with enough wealth to never work again. Your wife watches you from the doorway, concern creeping into her voice as she asks what you're calculating so intently. But the mathematics are intoxicating. Even if the newspapers are exaggerating by half, you'll still make a fortune. Even if they're exaggerating by 3/4, you'll still return wealthy beyond your current dreams. The risk seems minimal when the reward is so enormous. What you can't calculate is that these same newspapers are being read by hundreds of thousands of men just like you. You can't factor in that the easy gold will be gone by the time you arrive. You can't account for the costs, the dangers, the simple fact that not everyone can strike it rich. But tonight, surrounded by your careful calculations, those concerns feel distant and foolish. The numbers don't lie, and the numbers say you'd be crazy not to go. Selling your life away. 1 month after reading that first newspaper article, you're standing in your empty store, watching strangers carry away everything you've spent years building. Your tools go first. The scales, the cash box, the careful inventory you once took such pride in organizing. Then your personal belongings, your good clothes, your books, even the china your mother gave you as a wedding gift. Everything must be converted to cash for the journey west. Your neighbors gather to watch the auction, and you see something troubling in their eyes. Some look at you with pity, as if you've lost your mind. Others watch with barely concealed envy, wishing they had your courage to chase such an enormous dream. A few whisper that you're abandoning your responsibilities, your wife, your community. The auctioneer's voice echoes through your former store as he sells off piece after piece of your old life. Each item brings in far less than you'd hoped. That beautiful grandfather clock you inherited sold for 1/3 of what you paid. Your collection of books gone for the price of a good meal. By evening, you're holding a pile of cash that represents everything you once owned, and it feels both thrilling and terrifying. This money will buy your passage to California, your mining equipment, your supplies for the journey. But it also represents the complete severing of your old life. As you lock the empty store for the final time, your hands shake slightly. There's no going back now. You sold everything to chase a dream that exists only in newspaper stories and your own desperate calculations. Tomorrow, you begin the journey that will either make you rich beyond imagining or destroy you completely. The weight of preparation. You spend weeks learning about things you never imagined you'd need to know. The general store in town becomes your classroom as you study mining equipment with the methodical attention of a scholar. Pickaxes, shovels, gold pans, rockers. Each tool has a specific purpose you're desperately trying to understand. The shopkeeper spreads the equipment across his counter, explaining each piece with patience that borders on pity. A good pick will cost you $8. A proper shovel, another $5. The gold pan, $3 for one that won't fall apart after a week of use. You write down each price in your small notebook, watching your budget shrink with every essential item. Then there are the supplies for the journey itself. Flour, bacon, coffee, beans, enough food to last months on the trail. The amounts are staggering. 50 pounds of flour per person, 30 pounds of bacon, 10 pounds of coffee beans. You practice lifting these sacks and your back aches just from moving them around the store. Heavy boots that cost more than you used to spend on clothes in an entire year. Wool shirts that scratch against your skin but promise warmth in the mountains. A wide-brimmed hat to protect you from sun you've never experienced. Extra everything, because there will be no stores where you're going. You make lists and revise them constantly. Cross out items that seem too expensive, then add them back when you realize they're probably necessary. The notebook fills with calculations, estimates, and growing anxiety about whether you have enough money for everything you'll need. Each night, you sit at your kitchen table, surrounded by catalogs and supply lists, trying to imagine yourself using these unfamiliar tools in a landscape you've never seen. The long goodbye. Your wife doesn't cry when you tell her the final departure date. She simply nods and continues folding your shirts into the leather trunk, her movements careful and precise. You've been talking about this journey for months, but now that it's real, the words between you have become scarce and heavy. She helps you pack with the same methodical attention she brings to all household tasks. Your good Bible goes in first, wrapped in oilcloth to protect it from rain. Then your spare clothes, rolled tight to save space. Your shaving kit, your few medical supplies, the letters of introduction you hope will help you in California. The children don't fully understand what's happening. Your youngest daughter keeps asking when you'll be back, and you keep giving her the same uncertain answer, maybe a year, maybe 2, depending on how quickly you find gold. She nods seriously, as if this makes perfect sense, but you see confusion in her eyes. Your neighbors stop by throughout the week, offering advice you didn't ask for and warnings you don't want to hear. They tell stories of men who went west and never returned, of families left destitute when breadwinners disappeared into the wilderness. You listen politely and continue packing. The night before you leave, you sit in your parlor one final time, looking at the space where your furniture used to stand. The room feels hollow and strange, like a stage after the play has ended. Tomorrow, you'll walk out that door and begin a journey that will take you further from home than you've ever imagined possible. Your wife sits beside you in the lamplight, mending a tear in your traveling coat. Neither of you speaks, but the silence feels full of all the things you should probably say, but don't know how to begin. The company of strangers. You join a group of 12 other men at the edge of town, all preparing to make the same journey west. Most are strangers to you, brought together only by shared dreams of California gold. There's the blacksmith from 2 towns over, a bank clerk from the city, a farmer whose crops failed last season, and others whose stories you'll learn slowly over the coming months. The wagon master is a weathered man named Coleman, who claims to have made this journey twice before. He walks among your group with practiced eyes, examining your supplies, shaking his head at choices that seem perfectly reasonable to you. Too much of this, not enough of that. You'll learn, he says, or you won't make it to California at all. You practice loading and unloading the wagons until your hands are raw. Every item must have its exact place. Every pound must be accounted for. The rhythm becomes automatic: lift, carry, arrange, secure. The other men work beside you in companionable silence, each lost in thoughts of the journey ahead. In the evenings you gather around small fires to share meals and tentative conversation. These men will be your only companions for months of travel across landscapes none of you have ever seen. You study their faces in the firelight, wondering which ones will still be with you when you reach California, wondering which ones will prove reliable when the journey becomes difficult. The farmer talks constantly about the gold he plans to find, describing nuggets and streams with the confidence of someone who has never held a gold pan. The bank clerk reads from his guidebook every night, sharing advice about river crossings and mountain passes. You listen and nod, but something about their certainty makes you uneasy. Coleman watches these conversations with amusement that borders on pity. He's seen men like you before, full of hope and plans that will dissolve the moment the real hardships begin. Learning to walk away. The morning of departure arrives grey and cold, with frost covering the wagon wheels and a wind that cuts through your heaviest coat. You stand in your doorway, holding your travelling bag, looking back at rooms that no longer feel like home, since you sold everything inside them. Your wife hands you a small bundle wrapped in cloth, extra socks she knitted in secret, a tin of her preserved peaches, a daguerreotype of the family that cost more than you could afford, but seemed necessary. You tuck these items carefully into your bag, knowing they represent the last physical connections to the life you're leaving behind. The children gather around for final embraces that feel both too long and far too short. Your eldest son shakes your hand with serious formality, trying to act like the man of the house he'll need to become. Your daughters cling to your coat until your wife gently pulls them away, her own eyes bright with unshed tears. You walk to the wagon train without looking back, because looking back would make leaving impossible. Your boots crunch through the frost-covered grass, and each step feels final, irreversible. Behind you, your family stands in the doorway, growing smaller with distance until you can no longer make out their individual faces. The other men are already loading their final supplies, checking harnesses, saying their own difficult goodbyes. The air fills with the sounds of preparation, creaking leather, jingling chains, low conversations between husbands and wives who don't know when they'll see each other again. Coleman calls for everyone to take their places. You climb onto the wagon seat, pick up the reins, and feel the weight of the decision you've made settling around you like a heavy blanket. The horses shift restlessly, eager to begin moving after days of preparation and waiting. The first steps west. The wagon train lurches into motion with none of the drama you expected. No trumpets, no cheers, just the gradual creaking of wheels and the steady plodding of oxen who have no idea they're beginning a journey of 2,000 miles. You grip the reins and try to match the pace of the wagon ahead of you, already learning the rhythm that will define your days for months to come. Your town disappears behind you with surprising speed. The familiar streets, the church steeple, the general store where you spent so many hours planning this journey, all of it shrinks to nothing as you follow the worn trail that countless other hopeful men have traveled before you. Within an hour, you're surrounded by countryside you've never seen, heading toward a horizon that seems impossibly distant. The pace is slower than you imagined. The oxen walk at their own steady speed, indifferent to your eagerness to reach California. You cover maybe 15 miles on this first day, stopping frequently to rest the animals, adjust loads, and deal with minor problems that Coleman addresses with patient efficiency. By evening, you're bone-tired from a day of simply sitting on a wagon seat. Your back aches, your legs are stiff, and your hands are cramped from gripping the reins. The other men look equally exhausted, and you realize this is only the beginning. You have months of this ahead of you, followed by the actual work of mining gold. You make camp in a grove of trees beside a small stream, following procedures Coleman demonstrated back in town. Unhitch the oxen, set up your sleeping area, contribute to the communal meal of beans and bacon. The routine will become automatic soon enough, but tonight everything feels awkward and uncertain. As you lie in your bedroll under more stars than you've ever seen, you think about your family sleeping in their beds 60 miles behind you. The distance already feels enormous. The rhythm of days. 3 weeks into the journey, your life has reduced to a simple pattern that repeats endlessly across the rolling prairie. Wake before dawn to the sound of Coleman calling the camp to life. Roll up your bedding while the coffee boils over the fire. Hitch the oxen to your wagon while other men do the same around you, all moving with the mechanical precision of a well-rehearsed dance. The wagons roll out as the sun rises, and you settle into your seat for another day of watching the landscape crawl past at walking speed. The prairie stretches in every direction, an ocean of grass broken only by occasional streams and distant hills that never seem to get any closer. Your world shrinks to the view between your oxen's ears, the creak of wagon wheels, and the hypnotic swaying of the load behind you. You stop at midday to rest the animals and eat a cold meal of hardtack and dried meat. The other men gather in whatever shade they can find, speaking less and less as the days wear on. Conversation requires energy that everyone is saving for the miles ahead. You chew your food slowly, grateful for the brief respite from the constant jolting of the wagon seat. Afternoon brings more of the same: endless grass, endless sky, endless rolling of wheels over ground that looks identical to what you traveled yesterday and will travel tomorrow. Your mind wanders to memories of home, to calculations of distance remaining, to vague worries about what lies ahead in the mountains you can't yet see. Evening camp follows the same routine every night. Unhitch the oxen, gather fuel for the fire, cook the same meal of beans and bacon you've eaten for weeks. The repetition becomes comforting in its predictability, a steady rhythm that carries you forward without requiring thought or decision. You fall asleep to the sound of wind in the grass and the distant lowing of cattle, dreaming of California gold that still feels more like fantasy than destination. The weight of sameness. Your hands develop calluses in new places from gripping the reins day after day. Your body learns to sway with the wagon's motion, finding balance in the constant rocking that once made you dizzy and uncomfortable. Small adaptations that mark the gradual transformation from town merchant to trail traveler, though you're too tired most evenings to notice the changes. The landscape changes so slowly you barely perceive it. The grass grows shorter, the soil more sandy. The trees become sparser, clustered only along creek beds that cut shallow channels through the endless prairie. You begin to understand why Coleman warned about the monotony, not the dramatic hardships you expected, but the simple grinding sameness of day after day of slow progress across seemingly infinite space. Your fellow travelers settle into their own patterns of coping with the tedium. The bank clerk still reads his guidebook, but less enthusiastically now. The farmer talks less about gold and more about the ache in his back. The blacksmith has taken to walking beside his wagon rather than riding, claiming the exercise helps him think, though you suspect he's just desperate for any change in routine. You develop small rituals to mark the passage of time, counting wagon wheel rotations for the first hour of each day, watching for hawks circling overhead, noting the changing colors in the grass as seasons shift almost imperceptibly around you. These tiny observations become anchors in days that otherwise blur together in memory. The oxen plod forward with the patience of creatures who understand that distance is conquered one step at a time, not through urgency or enthusiasm. You're beginning to learn this lesson yourself, though it goes against every instinct that drove you to sell everything for the promise of quick wealth in California. Coleman rides up and down the line of wagons, checking on progress, offering encouragement that feels increasingly hollow as the weeks stretch into months of travel that has barely begun. The first real doubt. You're sitting by the evening fire, staring into flames that dance exactly like the ones from last night and the night before. When the thought hits you with unexpected force, you have no idea what you're doing. The realization doesn't come as dramatic revelation, just a quiet acknowledgement that settles in your chest like cold water. Everything about this journey was supposed to feel adventurous, purposeful, directed toward the gleaming goal of California gold. Instead, you're discovering that most of pioneering consists of the same mundane tasks repeated endlessly while very little actually happens. Wake up, hitch the oxen, follow the wagon ahead of you, make camp, sleep. It's less adventure than endurance test. The other men seem to be having similar thoughts. Conversations around the fire grow shorter each night, dominated by practical concerns rather than excited speculation about the riches waiting in California. How many miles did we make today? Are the oxen holding up well enough? Will the weather hold? Questions that focus on immediate survival rather than distant dreams. You pull out the daguerreotype of your family and study their faces in the firelight. Your wife's serious expression captured in that moment of stillness required by the camera. Your children's formal poses, trying so hard to remain motionless that they look uncomfortable and strange. These people feel both incredibly close and impossibly distant, like characters from a story you heard long ago. The farmer sitting across from you notices your contemplation. "You thinking about home?" he asks quietly. You nod, not trusting your voice to remain steady. He nods in return, understanding without need for further words. This is the conversation happening around fires all along the trail, men confronting the reality of what they've given up for the possibility of what they might gain. Coleman banks the fire and announces bedtime, but you lie awake longer than usual, listening to the prairie wind and wondering if the people you left behind think about you as much as you think about them. The arithmetic of endurance. 2 months on the trail, and you've developed an obsession with numbers that helps distract from the monotony. Miles covered each day, averaged over weeks to calculate progress toward California. Days of supplies remaining, divided by mouths to feed and distance yet to travel. The mathematics of survival become more compelling than dreams of gold. Your own clothes hang looser now, though you hadn't noticed the gradual weight loss until you tried to tighten your belt and realized you'd moved to the last hole. The trail is consuming all of you slowly, steadily, in ways too gradual to notice day by day. Coleman teaches you to read the signs that matter for survival rather than comfort. How to judge the health of your animals by the way they hold their heads. How to estimate remaining daylight by the angle of shadows, how to calculate water needs against uncertain sources ahead. Skills that would have seemed impossibly rustic back home now feel essential as breathing. The bank clerk has filled his journal with careful notations, distances, weather, cost of supplies at trading posts, condition of trail ahead. His precise handwriting documents the grinding reality of westward travel in numbers that tell a different story than the newspaper articles that started this journey. 15 miles on a good day, 8 miles through mud. No progress at all when the river was too high to cross. You find yourself checking these calculations obsessively, as if understanding the mathematics of the trail might give you some control over the outcome. How many more weeks to reach the mountains? How many pounds of flour per person per day? How much money will remain after buying supplies at the next trading post? Numbers become prayer. Routine becomes ritual, and the simple act of moving forward becomes its own form of faith. The arithmetic never adds up to easy answers, but it gives your mind something to work on while your body endures the endless swaying of the wagon seat. Small failures accumulating. Your best shirt tears on a wagon splinter, and you spend an evening trying to mend it with clumsy stitches that would embarrass any housewife. The repair holds, but barely, and you realize this is how everything will be from now on, making do with inadequate fixes for problems that will only get worse with time and distance. The coffee runs low because someone miscalculated portions, so you stretch it with chicory root that tastes like bitter water. Your boots develop a crack along one sole that lets in moisture, but can't be properly repaired until you reach a town that may not exist where the map says it should. Small problems that compound daily, each one manageable alone, but collectively wearing down your reserves of patience and optimism. One of the wagon wheels develops a wobble that worsens each day, requiring frequent stops to check the mounting and redistribute weight. The blacksmith among your group does what he can with limited tools, but proper repair requires equipment you don't have and won't find until Sacramento, still hundreds of miles away. You learn to live with the constant uncertainty of whether this wheel will carry you another day or leave you stranded. Your fellow travelers begin showing signs of similar deterioration. Tempers shorten over minor disagreements about rest stops and route choices. The farmer develops a persistent cough that keeps the camp awake at night. The bank clerk's methodical note-taking becomes obsessive, as if documenting every hardship might somehow reduce their impact. You all move more slowly now, not just because of distance covered, but because everything takes longer when you're tired, when equipment is failing, when the simple act of breaking camp requires multiple attempts to get harnesses adjusted and loads balanced properly. The trail teaches patience through sheer grinding necessity. Coleman maintains his steady demeanor, but you notice he spends more time studying the horizon ahead, as if calculating challenges you can't yet see but will soon have to face. His confidence feels less reassuring now and more like professional obligation. The approaching edge. The mountains appear first as a thin line on the horizon, so distant they look like clouds, until you realize they don't move or change shape with the wind. Day by day, they grow larger and more distinct, revealing snow-covered peaks that gleam white against the blue sky, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, representing both progress toward California and the most dangerous part of your journey. Coleman gathers the group around the evening fire to discuss what lies ahead. His voice carries a seriousness you haven't heard before as he describes mountain passes that will test both your equipment and your resolve. late-season crossings through snow that could trap your entire party for months. River crossings where the current runs strong enough to sweep away wagons and everything in them. You listen to these warnings while staring at the mountains that no longer look picturesque, but instead loom like a massive wall blocking your path to California. The other men ask careful questions about routes and timing, but you can hear the new tension in their voices. This is where the real journey begins, where all the weeks of prairie travel were just preparation for challenges that will determine whether you reach the goldfields or become another cautionary tale. The banker pulls out his journal and begins calculating again. Supplies needed for mountain crossing, time required to reach the high passes before snow makes them impassable, weight that might need to be abandoned if the going gets difficult. His numbers look less encouraging now, with narrow margins for error and no room for the kind of delays that have become routine on the prairie. You check your own supplies with new urgency, taking inventory of food, tools, warm clothing, and everything else that might mean the difference between survival and disaster in the mountains ahead. The arithmetic of endurance takes on desperate importance when you realize how little buffer exists between your current resources and the minimum needed to survive what's coming. Tonight, for the first time since leaving home, you fall asleep wondering not when you'll reach California, but whether you'll reach it at all. The last trading post. Fort Laramie appears like a mirage after weeks of empty prairie, actual buildings with real walls, people who aren't part of your wagon train, and most importantly, supplies you can buy to replace what's been used up or broken during the long journey west. The sight fills you with relief so profound you nearly weep, though you're too exhausted and travel-worn to manage actual tears. The trading post prices shock you awake from any romantic notions about frontier commerce. A pound of coffee costs more than you used to spend on groceries for a week. Replacement boots cost triple what you'd pay back home, and the quality looks questionable at best. The merchant explains with practiced patience that everything here traveled the same difficult route you just completed, and prices reflect that reality. You calculate and recalculate your remaining money against the supplies you need for the mountain crossing ahead. Every purchase feels like a gamble. Spend too much now and risk running out of funds before reaching California. Spend too little and risk running out of food or equipment in the wilderness ahead. The arithmetic offers no comfortable solutions. Other wagon trains gather around the fort, and you hear stories that chill your optimism further. Tales of parties trapped by early snow, of river crossings gone wrong, of equipment failures that stranded entire groups for weeks while they attempted repairs with inadequate tools. Men who started this journey with the same confidence you felt now speak in hushed tones about friends who didn't make it through the mountains. You purchase what you can afford: extra blankets, more flour, replacement rope, and a better axe to replace the one that broke last week. Each item goes into your wagon with the weight of necessity rather than choice. These supplies represent the thin margin between reaching California and becoming another cautionary tale told around trading post fires. The fort's blacksmith repairs your wagon wheel for a price that makes you wince, but Coleman insists the expense is worthwhile. Better to arrive poor than not arrive at all, he says, and you're beginning to understand what that really means. The mathematics of fear. Your final night at Fort Laramie, you sit outside the trading post, listening to conversations between men who've already attempted the mountain crossing. Their advice comes in fragments: start early to avoid afternoon storms, double-check every rope and chain, cache food along the route in case you need to retreat. Practical wisdom earned through experiences you hope not to repeat. The banker spreads his maps across a wooden table, tracing routes with his finger, while other travelers offer corrections and warnings. This pass closes early. That river runs too fast after the spring melt. This shortcut isn't actually shorter when you account for the terrain. Every piece of information requires you to revise your expectations about timing, difficulty, and chances of success. You write a letter to your family that takes 3 attempts to complete. The first version contains too much worry, the second too much false confidence. The final letter strikes a careful balance, acknowledging the challenges ahead while maintaining hope that feels increasingly forced. Pay the expensive postal fee, knowing this might be the last communication your family receives for months. Sleep comes poorly as you listen to the wind that carries hints of winter cold from the mountains ahead. Other men around the fort move restlessly through the night, checking and rechecking their preparations, adjusting loads, having quiet conversations about routes and timing that reveal shared anxiety beneath their determined facades. Coleman announces a dawn departure, earlier than usual because mountain weather becomes unpredictable as the season advances. You'll need every hour of good weather to reach the high passes before snow makes them impassable. The margin for delay has disappeared entirely, replaced by the simple imperative to keep moving forward regardless of comfort or convenience. You pack your repaired equipment and new supplies with mechanical precision, following routines that have become automatic after months on the trail. But everything feels different now, weighted with the knowledge that the real test of your decision to come west is just beginning. The sound of departure. Morning arrives grey and cold, with frost covering everything and a wind that cuts through your heaviest coat. You hitch the oxen with stiff fingers, grateful for the physical activity that generates warmth while you prepare for another day of travel that will carry you further from anything resembling civilization. The wagon train pulls away from Fort Laramie with less ceremony than when you left home months ago. No crowds to see you off, no speeches about adventure and opportunity. Just the practical business of getting underway while weather conditions remain favorable for mountain travel. The trading post disappears behind you with surprising speed, leaving only wilderness ahead. Your fellow travelers seem subdued this morning, each lost in private calculations about what lies ahead. The easy camaraderie of prairie travel has been replaced by focused attention on equipment, weather, and the gradual but steady climb toward mountain passes that will test everything you've learned about survival on the trail. The landscape changes more dramatically now, with rocky outcroppings and scattered pine trees replacing the endless grass of the prairie. The air feels thinner, though you're not sure if that's real or imagined. Your oxen work harder against the gradual incline, and you find yourself walking more often to spare them unnecessary weight. Coleman rides back along the line of wagons more frequently now, checking on progress and pointing out landmarks that mark your advance toward the mountains. His professional calm provides reassurance, but you notice he spends considerable time studying the sky for signs of weather that could turn dangerous without warning. By evening, you're camped in a grove of aspens whose leaves whisper constantly in the mountain breeze. The sound is beautiful, but somehow lonely, a reminder of how far you've traveled from everything familiar and how much further you still need to go. Tonight, the mountains no longer look distant. They rise directly ahead, massive and snow-covered, blocking out half the sky like a wall you'll somehow need to climb. You fall asleep to the sound of wind in the trees and the quiet conversations of men preparing for the most difficult part of a journey that has already tested them beyond anything they imagined possible. The weight of altitude. 3 days past Fort Laramie You notice your breathing comes harder with less effort than before. Simple tasks like unhitching the oxen leave you slightly winded, and climbing a small hill to scout the route ahead requires rest stops that would have embarrassed you back on the prairie. Your oxen struggle too, moving more slowly despite lighter loads. Their breathing becomes labored during steep climbs, forcing frequent rest stops that eat into precious daylight hours. Coleman explains, this is normal for the altitude, but normal doesn't make it less concerning when you're racing against winter weather that could trap your party for months. The nights grow steadily colder, with frost thick enough to crack your water buckets, and ice that doesn't melt until mid-morning sun reaches it. You add layers of clothing that make movement awkward, but provide essential warmth for survival. Sleep becomes fitful as your body adjusts to temperatures that would have been unimaginable during the summer heat of prairie travel. Pine trees replace the scattered aspens, their dark branches heavy with snow, even though it's barely autumn in the lowlands you left behind. The sight reminds you constantly that winter comes early and stays late in these mountains, and your window for safe passage narrows with each day of travel. Too early in the season, and snowfields block the high passes. Too late, and new snow traps you for the winter. The margin for success exists in a brief window that doesn't accommodate delays, equipment failures, or the gradual pace that served you well on the prairie. Coleman studies the sky more frequently now, reading cloud formations and wind patterns for signs of weather that could bring the first heavy snow of winter. His experience shows in the way he pushes the group to cover distance even when everyone is tired, knowing that speed has become more important than comfort. You fall asleep listening to wind that carries the scent of snow and the sound of something vast and cold moving through the mountains above you. Learning mountain rules. The trail becomes more demanding each day, winding through valleys that channel cold wind like a funnel, and climbing over ridges that leave your oxen gasping for breath. Rocks replace dirt, making every step treacherous for animals carrying heavy loads. Your wagon wheels slip on loose stone, requiring constant attention to prevent disasters that could end your journey entirely. Water becomes both more abundant and more problematic. Streams run fast and cold from snowmelt, perfect for drinking but dangerous for crossing. The current that looks manageable from the bank proves strong enough to knock a man off his feet, and you learn to test every ford carefully before committing your wagon to the crossing. Your fellow travelers adapt to mountain travel with varying degrees of success. The blacksmith's experience with heavy work serves him well in the thin air, while the bank clerk struggles with the physical demands that increase daily. The farmer develops a persistent cough that echoes off canyon walls during the night, keeping everyone awake and worried about his ability to continue. Equipment failures become more serious when you're days away from any possibility of replacement or proper repair. A broken axle or shattered wheel means abandoning the wagon and carrying essential supplies on foot, if carrying them is even possible in terrain that challenges healthy men with good equipment. You practice loading and unloading your wagon more efficiently, knowing that mountain weather can change quickly and force hasty decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind. Every item gets evaluated constantly, essential for survival, useful but not critical, or expendable if space and weight become issues. Coleman teaches you to read the mountains themselves for information about weather, route conditions, and hazards that won't be obvious until you encounter them. The color of distant peaks indicates snow conditions. The behavior of wildlife suggests the severity of approaching weather. Wind patterns reveal information about passes and valleys that could save days of travel or prevent fatal mistakes. The mountains demand a different kind of attention than the prairie, not just endurance, but constant alertness to dangers that can appear without warning. The silence of snow. The first snowfall arrives on a calm evening, when the sky seems clear enough for safe travel. You wake to find several inches of white covering everything, transforming the landscape into something beautiful and terrifying. The snow muffles all sound except the crunch of your boots and the heavy breathing of oxen working harder in the cold. Coleman calls an early halt to assess conditions and adjust plans that assumed clearer weather for at least another week. The snow isn't deep enough to stop travel entirely, but it makes every aspect of movement more difficult and dangerous. Wagon wheels slip on hidden rocks. Oxen struggle for footing on slopes that were merely challenging before, and the cold saps energy from both animals and men. You spend the morning redistributing loads to reduce weight on your wagon, making difficult decisions about what supplies are truly essential for survival versus merely useful for comfort. Extra clothing stays. Luxury items like books and family photographs get buried under rocks with the hope that you might retrieve them on the return journey that feels increasingly hypothetical. The other men make similar calculations, creating small caches of abandoned belongings that mark your passage through the mountains. Personal items that represented connection to home now become obstacles to survival, abandoned with the same methodical attention you once used to pack them carefully for the journey west. Every step requires testing for hidden ice or loose rock beneath the snow. River crossings become exercises in careful planning rather than routine obstacles. The margin for error that never seemed large now disappears entirely, replaced by constant awareness that a single mistake could end everything. Coleman maintains his steady leadership, but you notice new tension in his voice when he discusses route options and weather predictions. Professional confidence gives way to professional concern as conditions move beyond normal expectations into territory where experience offers guidance but no guarantees. You fall asleep wondering how much snow needs to fall before travel becomes impossible, and whether that amount might arrive before you reach the relative safety of California's lower elevations. The arithmetic of abandonment. A week of snow slowed travel forces, decisions you never imagined making when you sold everything back home to fund this journey. Your wagon, already lightened at Fort Laramie, must shed even more weight to keep moving through increasingly difficult terrain. Each item requires brutal evaluation. How much does it weigh? How essential is it for survival? How much will you regret leaving it behind? The family daguerreotype weighs almost nothing, but takes up space that could hold ammunition or medicine. Your extra pair of boots weighs 3 pounds that your struggling oxen notice with each step uphill. The small bag of coffee beans represents luxury that might mean the difference between comfort and despair during the long months ahead. But luxury weighs the same as necessity when your animals are failing. Other men face identical calculations with their own possessions. The farmer abandons a plow he brought to start fresh in California, leaving it beside the trail like a gravestone marking dreams that couldn't survive mountain reality. The bank clerk tears pages from his journals, keeping only the most essential route information and weather observations that might save lives ahead. You create small cairns of rocks to mark your buried belongings, though you suspect you'll never return to retrieve them. The mountains are littered with similar markers left by previous travelers who faced the same impossible choices between sentiment and survival. Each cache represents someone's admission that the trail demands more sacrifice than they anticipated. Coleman moves through the group offering advice about what to keep and what to abandon, his experience providing guidance for decisions that feel deeply personal. Tools trump comfort items. Food trumps everything except ammunition and medicine. Anything that serves only one purpose gets evaluated against things that serve multiple purposes. By evening, your wagon rolls lighter, but your heart feels heavier. Every abandoned item represents a piece of your former life that won't make it to California. The trail extracts payment in ways you never calculated when you were making optimistic plans around your kitchen table back home. The sound of struggle. Your oxen's breathing becomes the soundtrack of mountain travel, deep, labored exhalations that echo off canyon walls and remind you constantly how hard every step has become. They stop more frequently now, flanks heaving as they rest on narrow trails where there's barely room to stand safely, let alone turn around if retreat becomes necessary. The animal's struggle affects everything about daily travel. What used to be a steady rhythm of movement and rest becomes a series of short advances, interrupted by increasingly long recovery periods. Miles that once took hours now consume entire days, and days that should have brought you closer to California sometimes end with less progress than the distance a man could walk in better conditions. You learn to read exhaustion in your oxen, the way Coleman reads weather in the sky. The angle of their heads, the rhythm of their breathing, the way they place their feet on uncertain ground. These animals represent your only chance of reaching California with enough supplies to survive, and their limitations define your possibilities more strictly than any map or guidebook. Other wagon trains pass your group going the opposite direction, men who started for California but turned back when conditions became impossible. They offer warnings about the route ahead, descriptions of passes blocked by snow, and advice about timing that arrives too late to be useful. Their presence reminds you that retreat remains an option, though one that grows more difficult with each day of travel deeper into the mountains. The bank clerk calculates constantly now, estimating distance remaining against animal strength, food supplies against time needed to reach California, and weather predictions against the calendar date when mountain passes become impassable. His numbers provide less comfort each day as margins for error shrink towards zero. You fall asleep listening to your oxen's heavy breathing and wondering if they'll be strong enough tomorrow to carry you another day closer to the gold fields that still seem impossibly distant. The weight of decisions. Coleman calls a group meeting beside a frozen stream where ice forms patterns that crackle underfoot when you walk. His expression carries a seriousness that makes everyone gather close despite the cold wind that cuts through your heaviest clothing. The route ahead presents choices that will determine whether your party reaches California or spends the winter trapped in the mountains. Two paths diverge from this valley, one longer but potentially safer, following established routes through lower passes that might remain open longer. The other shorter but more dangerous, climbing higher into terrain where early snow could block passage entirely, but which might save crucial days if weather holds. Both options carry risks that could prove fatal if calculated incorrectly. The group debates these choices with the careful attention of men who understand that wrong decisions mean death rather than mere inconvenience. The farmer argues for the safer route, his persistent cough making him increasingly anxious about spending extra time in the mountains. The blacksmith favors the faster path, concerned that his oxen won't survive a longer journey at their current condition. You listen to these discussions while studying maps that show elevations and distances, but can't capture the reality of what travel conditions will actually be like when you're struggling through snow and wind at 10,000 feet above sea level. The numbers on paper feel abstract compared to the concrete exhaustion you already feel at this elevation. Coleman explains the signs he'll watch for to determine whether the high route remains passable: cloud formations that indicate approaching storms, wind patterns that suggest snow loading in the high passes, and animal behavior that might warn of severe weather approaching. His professional knowledge provides guidance, but no guarantees. The decision must be made by morning, because hesitation and delay have become luxuries your party can't afford. Every day spent discussing options is a day not spent making progress toward California before winter makes travel impossible entirely. You spend the night staring at stars that seem impossibly bright and close in the thin mountain air, knowing that tomorrow's choice might determine whether you ever see your family again. The morning of choice. Dawn arrives grey and bitter, with new snow falling steadily enough to erase the tracks your party made yesterday. You wake to find your water frozen solid, despite banking the fire carefully before sleep, and ice crystals coating the inside of your blankets where your breath condensed during the night. The cold has a weight to it now that presses against your chest and makes every movement deliberate and difficult. Coleman announces the decision while you're all gathered around the struggling morning fire, trying to warm hands enough to handle the harnesses and equipment needed for another day of travel. The high route, he says, based on weather signs that suggest a brief window of clear conditions before the next major storm arrives. The choice carries enormous risk, but offers the only realistic chance of reaching California before winter closes the mountains entirely. The other men receive this news with the quiet acceptance of people who understand they're beyond the point where preferences matter. The farmer's cough sounds worse in the cold air, but he nods agreement with the same resignation as everyone else. The bank clerk makes final notations in his journal, documenting the decision that might be the last entry he ever writes. You load your wagon with mechanical precision, learned through months of practice, but everything feels different now. These preparations aren't just daily routine anymore. They're final preparations for the most dangerous part of a journey that has already tested you beyond anything you thought possible when you first read about California gold in your warm parlor back home. The oxen steam in the cold air as you hitch them to wagons that seem impossibly heavy, despite all the possessions abandoned along the trail. Their breath creates clouds that dissipate quickly in wind that carries the promise of more snow from peaks you can't see through the grey overcast. Coleman checks each wagon one final time, ensuring that everything is secured for travel through terrain that won't forgive mistakes or equipment failures. His thoroughness provides reassurance, but you notice new lines around his eyes that suggest even his experience offers limited comfort for what lies ahead. Into the white. The wagon train moves into falling snow with the deliberate pace of men who know they're crossing the line between adventure and survival. Behind you, the valley offers one last glimpse of relatively safe terrain where retreat might still be possible. Ahead, the trail disappears into white wilderness where your only choice will be to keep moving forward until you reach California or die trying. Snow muffles the sound of wagon wheels and oxen hooves, creating a strange quiet that makes every voice seem too loud and every breath too visible in the cold air. The world shrinks to the few yards of trail visible ahead of your animals, and everything beyond that becomes abstract distance measured in faith rather than sight. Your fellow travelers settle into the concentrated attention that mountain survival demands. No more casual conversation about gold or dreams of wealth. No more complaints about minor discomforts or speculation about easier routes. Just the immediate business of keeping wagons moving and animals alive through conditions that would have been unimaginable when this journey began. The trail climbs steadily now, winding through passes that seem to lead deeper into winter with each mile of elevation gained. Snow accumulates on your wagon cover and equipment, adding weight that your struggling oxen notice immediately. You brush it off when possible, but some locations require all your attention just to keep moving safely. Coleman rides ahead to scout the route, disappearing into the white landscape like a ghost. His absence leaves the group feeling more vulnerable than usual, though his presence wouldn't change the fundamental reality that you're now committed to crossing mountains in conditions that kill unprepared travelers every year. Evening camp will be different from now on. Colder, more difficult, more desperate. But evening camp also means another day survived, another day closer to California, another day's proof that ordinary men can endure extraordinary hardship when they have no other choice. You fall asleep to the sound of wind carrying snow across peaks you can't see, dreaming of newspaper headlines that promised easy wealth and waking to the reality of what those dreams actually cost. You've taken your first steps toward California, but you have no idea what's waiting for you in those distant mountains. The trail ahead will test every assumption you've made about strength, survival, and the true price of gold. Join us next time as winter closes in around your wagon train, and you discover that the real enemy isn't the terrain, the weather, or even the distance. It's the slow realization that you may have made the biggest mistake of your life. The gold is still hundreds of miles away, but every step forward takes you further from the life you abandoned. Can you make it to California? Should you even try? Find out next time on our Gold Rush journey.